Okay, I think we're live. Hello, everybody. Today I want to pick back up on what we left off with yesterday, which is working on the date picker from Melt UI. Benjamin, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let me know if the audio levels need to be adjusted. If we're good here. A few more streams. Hopefully my color's better too. I didn't realize yesterday. I guess I was recording with the wrong color. Or some wrong color settings. Because Mac is a bit different than Windows, I guess, with OBS. So like GitHub looked like green and all my grays looked like really green. So hopefully it's better today. Yeah, I think I still have all this stuff open from yesterday. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a great day so far, or has had a great day if you're somewhere in the future. So after thinking about it yesterday, or after stream, I was thinking about it, of course, before I went to sleep. I'm slightly overcomplicating things, I think, over here. Hey, Paolo, what's up? Yeah, I know. I needed it. I needed it myself. Yogan, what's up, man? Yeah, Paolo, I was talking about you yesterday with that weird transition bug. Yeah, that's one of those. Don't know if I'll be able to crack that one or not. We'll see. Yeah, so I guess the end state of this component is going to be, if you missed yesterday's, is pretty much going to be like React Date Picker. I think this is one of the more comprehensive components. It has a lot of customization options, which make it a bit more complex to implement. But I think like minimum functionality first, then we can gradually add things on. No, Paolo, I have not had a chance to solve that yet. I've had a chance, but I haven't. I spent a few hours on it the other day and it was just kicking me in the behind, so I just need to kind of reset. It might help to have a second set of eyes on it, though, I'll be honest. Yeah, so what I was thinking about is a lot of this weird logic here I'm doing. I should probably actually just name these inside of like conditional function, or have like a function that runs like, is this whatever this is, rather than doing this everywhere, because this is really confusing. Like if you just looked at this for the first time, you know, you wouldn't know what the hell any of this is doing. Oh yeah, that's always fun, Paolo. The TypeScript types. Yeah, I was dealing with that with Superforms for like, I want to say I probably collectively spent like a couple weeks just trying to get the types properly for FormSnap. Back before it was FormSnap, when I was just trying to do like an integration months ago, it was just like the svelte generics weren't behaving the way that I thought they'd behave. Having to infer types based on other types, it's kind of just a pain. On top of that, it's really complex too. Like Superforms type system is really complex. And then when I did release it, it had like this massive, so I guess if like there's like a weird bug in Svelte, I actually need to investigate further and see if it's actually a bug or not. But I was using a recursive type and importing a recursive type into a Svelte file. When I would build the library, it would like generate like 100 conditional statements essentially. So like property underscore 91, property underscore 92. So the entire type was like 80,000 lines in the .d.ts file, which was causing people's editors to crash. And that kicked my ass for a couple of days as well, trying to figure out why that was doing that. And how I ended up solving it was I had to do some really weird stuff. Yeah, so I pretty much had to like import and import and import. So types. So this is like the culprit here. This was it this one? No, it was this here. This form options type, right? This unwrap effects is a recursive, or I'm sorry, let me, yeah, so part of this type here, this form options type that comes from superforms, more specifically the validators right here, super validators. This type here, it basically just was spitting out 80,000 lines of types, and the only way that I could get it to work, and this is going to sound super weird, is I basically have to redefine the type in my own file, right? But I have to import it from this file into, where is it? I don't remember this exact second, but basically what I have to do is I have to import it or define it somewhere, import it somewhere else, and then from that somewhere else, import it into the svelte file. If I try to import it into the svelte file directly from where I define the type, it has that massive like recursive bug. It's weird. Hey, I think, is it Poppy? Hey, nice. Glad you didn't catch the stream finally. Welcome. Pios. I appreciate the kind words. Daniel, what's up? Yeah, anyways, this was a pain in my ass for like a couple days, but it's all solved now. It builds properly. We're good. I just have to remember not to like rearrange the types. And I'm pretty sure it's a bug, so I probably should actually investigate that and then make an issue about it. Because I believe Tomas also said he was having some issues with recursive types as well, but besides the point. The current state of our date picker is very minimal. If you missed yesterday's stream, someone else by the name of Isaac started this date picker a month or two ago, and they made some pretty good progress, but didn't have the time or the cycles to finish it out. And I think all of us are playing playing chicken with who would actually do this, because I mean, it's not a fun component to implement. There's a lot of edge cases. There's a lot of possible ways people might want to use this component. On top of that, the options. And plus we were all just getting off of like building a ton of components. So, but here I am. I want it. You're a contributor or owner of Melt UI? I would say I'm like one of the like maintainers. I'm like a member of the Melt UI organization, and but Tomas is the owner of Melt UI, the driver of it. PR, moving us to import, export of type. Is that what my PR was? Yeah, Benjamin, Meld is really good. Oh, that's weird, actually. In my chat over here, I'm not seeing everybody. Oh, it's because I'm doing top chat. Okay. Yeah, Melt UI is really good because it's flexible and you can build a lot of like whatever components you want with it. It's awesome. I know I asked you, Shad CSL command. Yeah, so Melt UI combo box refactor's done. I'd like to make that part of this whole thing with the date picker. We'll see how far we get with it. But yeah, it'll be soon. I was talking to Tomas about it, actually. We have to make some changes to the combo box thing at the moment because right now it uses floating UI, which is like used to be called Popper.js, I believe. And it needs like an anchor, it needs an element to be visible that it can bind to like properly anchor the menu to. Most of the time it's the button. And then with the combo box here, it's actually the input, right? But I basically want it to not have to use the floating UI piece because I just want to render it in like a container, in a popover or something else, right? So we've already been discussing that option as well. But yeah, it'll be soon. Yeah, I have this chat built into my OBS over here, but it's not showing all the messages, which is kind of weird. So I don't want to be rude and miss out on some. Okay, so back to our date picker here. So if you just looked at this code, if you weren't here yesterday, you're probably like, what the hell is going on here? And I agree. So it should probably be, it's probably a good sign that we should like give some things some names, like some checks here. Like, what are we checking here? I have a comment here, but I could probably just pass it into a function, clean it up, make it a bit better. Yeah, Paolo, there is another breaking to the combo box. But really it was necessary. We were being too opinionated on certain things. And like, I guess when we first started to like think about how it would look, and the guys who implemented did a great job. Like, but people started having different, you can never predict what all the possible use cases are going to be for it, right? And it was somewhat complex. It was really well done, but it wasn't as like headless or as open or as like fully customizable as we wanted it to be. Yeah, Daniel, exactly what MW Low said. Like scratch your own itch about this, right? Like for me, what made me want to contribute to Melt UI is that I wanted a headless UI library so I could finish, like that had all the components I needed to finish out Shadcey and Svelte. Initially, I was offering to help with Radix Svelte, but during that point in time, Tomas was hitting like the barriers of what is possible from a headless UI perspective when you're using components without using builders under the hood. And so, what's up, Giru? Yeah, so anyways, and I wanted to help with that because I wanted the components, right? I'm not just gonna like expect this one guy here to just do all this for me. So I offered to help, and after he explained the things to me a bunch of times, that the internals, then I was able to contribute. What's the difference between Bits UI and Shadcey and Svelte? That's funny. Yeah, there's like a lot of confusion. I understand why it's confusing with Bits, Melts, and Shadcey and Svelte. In all reality, like Melt could be Bits UI as well, right? The builders are what's powering the entirety of Bits. All I did was just wrap it with like components and context to make it a bit different to consume, right? You consume it more like a component library rather than like a primitive builder library. But Bits is just headless. I mean, it's like Melt, but like not as, you don't get as much freedom or as much flexibility everywhere. But you have a component format. So instead of, using stores, you then can use like bind value, bind open, bind this, bind that. So there are some opinionated things there with regard to like the structure as well as the underlying elements themselves. So like I just choose a div. Now a lot of them have like the IsChild prop where you can override that element, but yeah, it's all using Melt UI under the hood. Like it wouldn't be possible without Melt UI. And then Shadcey and Svelte takes Bits/Melt and then adds styles to it. That's all that Shadcey and Svelte is doing, is adding styles and like structuring the components, right? Yeah, so what I wanted to do was I wanted to make these more descriptive. As right now we have multiple select, we have range select, and we have single select in our date picker. Now, as far as like ARIA accordance at the moment, probably not. I mean, it has keyboard navigation, of course, but I'll have to look into that spec towards the end once the functionality is in place. But right now it seems to be like I'm hitting space here, I'm hitting enter, and it seems to be working pretty well with range. And then one of the big things that I was kind of questioning yesterday was like the behavior, like what is a user's expected behavior? What is our default behavior for this out of the box for range specifically? Is it we select the date, okay? Then we're going to select where we want the range to end, right? So in this period, we have like a grace period, right? We can go back and like fix something. Oh, actually, I meant to do the 20th. So you click the 20th, that stays, right? But then if you click the 20th again, it's basically signaling that, hey, I want to restart this. Additionally, if you click anywhere behind this date, behind the selected date, then it's going to restart. So if I click the 12th, it's going to restart, 4th, so on and so forth. It didn't feel natural to go from like 21 to 12 and like make that my range. But then again, I'm not 100% sure. I want to say we were looking at like Mantine had a good example. So that's something that I'm gonna have to talk to Tomas about. He's actually gonna join the stream in a bit probably, because yesterday I had like the epiphany, like we were pretty much putting this inside of a popover. Yeah, so yeah, that's Kyle and MWO. Yeah, we were looking at a bunch of different ones yesterday, and like everyone does something differently. It's weird. So I'm gonna have to add all those as options, so like you can kind of whatever I'm gonna call that. I was having an issue trying to come up with a name for it. Like, what do you call that option? Is it like allow go back, or we'll probably have like a literal string type that you can just like pass in like the mode, and we'd have to kind of showcase the different modes. But yeah, it has the date picker. Like starting out, I want to have it like this, right? So with it being selection strategy, Manuel, that's a great one. I don't know if you said that yesterday or not, or if you've been thinking about it all day, but that's a good name actually. Selection strategy. I'm gonna save that there for myself. But so what I was thinking is like, you could use I don't want to force it to be like an input necessarily. We could have an input component with it, like what we'd have with you know, the select and things like that. And then you could have like a button that acts as like the trigger, right? As far as typing the date though, I'm sure that's going to probably be a feature that someone would want. So I'll have to figure out how that would happen. Because what we've been kind of, the direction we've kind of been going in is like, if you can implement the functionality yourself relatively easily, like using your own logic, like you can just do it yourself. It's not something we have to like bake into the library. Only if it's like impossible for you to do or really painful for you to do yourself. Which that may be actually pretty painful, considering we have to validate, is that even a valid date? Yeah, there's a few different things to consider. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, so this bit here. So yeah. Is this the one you sent me, Has? I don't have a link. I don't see the link. Yeah, it didn't give me a link. It probably thinks you're trying to bot me. But yeah, this would be reasonable. My whole thing was like, I don't want to force it to be inside of a popover like this. Because here's like another example. Now this is a date picker combo box. Like these are the different, like these are all within the ARIA guidelines, but like which one do you choose? Which one do we make? Do we do, right? So I think with like an input and then using a popover to put the date picker in, I just need to check what attributes it's expecting to have. It looks like pretty standard ones. Okay, so this is interesting. So yeah, I guess maybe once we have like a calendar, I'm pretty sure we actually have like, yes, we have a calendar. So I think like what I'm going to try to work on is just doing like the day picker functionality, at least right now. And then we can worry about extending it to have the inputs and meet all of that stuff as well. Yeah, MW, that's what my thoughts are as well. The only issue is like just making sure that the right ARIA attributes are being added. Like if there's anything, like here, there's an ARIA live. So where's the H2? Oh yeah, this is probably the H2 right here, the month. I'm imagining the month is H2. Yeah, so in this case here, like you should have an ARIA live. What is that, polite? Yeah, whenever they change the month. So now I know what month I now know what month it is right now, and I can start to navigate down into the rest of the calendar. But I think that should still be possible with just having the calendar component. So I think I can cover all of that stuff. So we may be good there. Yeah, the popover is nice. It kind of had a lot of bugs. I think that was the first floating component we made, which was a pain in the ass because I didn't really know how floating UI worked. I hadn't used it before, but anywho. Multi-select on combo box. I want to say it should already be possible now, G, with the updates that recently came out of the combo box. That should already be possible, I think. If not, I'm sure we'll have an example for it soon. You said is the month at the top clickable? No, in this case it's not. But again, that's functionality you could add yourself. Like, if you want that, you can make that a button that then has like a menu with months you could click on or whatever. I'm just trying to focus on the core like logic of the actual counter itself. Okay, so I don't know if I did this or somebody else, if Isaac did this before, but what I was wanting to do is reference day picker and look at some of the options, right? Like, what are these options? Because at this point, this library's been around for what, since forever. So I'm assuming, encountered a lot of like the wants, what people have wanted. So we already have month navigation, we have year navigation. In this case here, they can set a default month, which I think right now we're actually just, okay, so I started to add some of these options already. Yeah, G, if you can't find it anywhere, you can just ask in the Melt Discord, and I'm sure that if it's not, then we can make an issue. But I want to say it should be possible without having to do that. Without having to do a multiple prop. So like things like this are relatively easy for us to implement. Like we don't have to actually make this like a prop, right? At least I don't think, because you can just not add the prev month and next month navigation, I believe. And then you essentially disable navigation. Now this is something it's would be interesting to implement, as would this. We already take care of this. See, like in this situation, I don't like being like stuck in that. Like I have to like, but yeah, that's more of just, yeah. As long as we provide the functionality to do so, which we are doing. Which really we should probably, yeah, preview button and next year button. Or as well as prev month and next month as well. I'm trying to think about what I want to do next. Like what is like the next step here for myself. Obviously I don't care about stylizing it. Nor do I care about that really. One second. Okay. Shit, man. What do I want to do right now? I'm in like this weird. I'm in this weird middle area where it's like half-assedly working. I don't know what I should be. I guess maybe add the ability to disable the dates. Maybe that's like a good next step, because as far as like range functionality, we already have that covered here. We have the ability to do a multi-select, and really I could just I think it's actually going to mess with some stuff, but oh, whoops, I was using that actually. Okay, so I'm just going to do this like a few times on this page here for the time being, because Oh. Wait, maybe I gotta zoom this in. No, I think you guys can see that, right? Everybody can see the code? It froze. Oh no. Okay, so now we have single, or it should be single range multiple. And that's why I wanted to do that. I really should probably just like start to write some tests for this, because I'm gonna probably irritate myself by oh, I didn't even do this, that's why. Okay, so this is single select. This is multiple. Okay, so and then we have range here. So now I want to implement this matcher logic. So there's in the types here we have matchers, which could basically be a number of different things. That is how you determine what dates to disable. And this is, I guess, designed to be as flexible as possible, because you can either just take in a date and then return a Boolean, whether it's disabled or not. Or just pass the dates in, set a range, set an interval. That's gonna be kind of some fun logic to handle. But first, let me just do what I said I was gonna do and actually clean this up. So this is if it is so maybe this is fine here for now. Maybe this is fine. Okay, so for disabled, we have these different matcher types, these different matcher options here. So we need to handle all of the possible ways someone might want to match a date to disable it, right? So it's probably best to just have like a function that handles all of this, probably instead of utils. Actually, I wanted to change the name of this. Tailwind, yes. Okay, so I want to handle this matcher. I hate when I do that shit. Okay, so is disabled is going to take in a date and the matcher that's passed in, which I think is actually either an array of matchers or a matcher. So we can just do if array is array matcher. Whoops. Then we handle multiple matchers, handle single matcher. And it's likely that I'm just going to have like a function that handles each one of these. Maybe I do match date range. This is going to take in the date range type. So the matcher in this case is going to be the date range, which I should probably export here. Okay, I don't think I need anything else there. Wow, look at Copilot go. Except from could be undefined. So, which, why the hell is this? I think his type here is busted, maybe. Back from dad stuff. What did I miss? You just missed me going on a rant about something probably meaningless. But yeah, I'm just working on the matchers now. So I'm trying to set up the disabled matchers, which is basically can be a number of different things. So you can match based on the range, before, after, interval, basically all these different types here. And that's how you can determine if a date is disabled or not. So I'm just setting up the logic for that. Okay, so when you're using a date range, let's see here. So if matcher.to and matcher.from, we know we're going to go from to. Okay, and then if they just provide a from, then we basically need to check that it's not before that. But Why wouldn't they just do before then in that case? Oh, Paolo, I don't know actually. I don't think so. You can ask Tomas. He'll be here soon, I'm sure. This is Tailwind, Raphael. Sorry, I just saw your comment. Oh, and I also see the Beast responded. Yeah, it's Tailwind. I haven't used Uno CSS. I don't have a need to, I guess, yet. I haven't had a Tailwind seems to do the job for me when it comes to utility type things like that. But I have heard good things about Uno, so I'm sure it's great. Okay, so date range, if it's in between these two dates, then we're going to return Boolean, which will be is between true or false. In this case, it would match if it's between them. If not, it wouldn't. Now, I don't really know what the whole deal is here with this being optional and this being or undefined. Like, because if I don't pass 2 and I set from as undefined, basically it's always going to be true. I'm sorry, it's always going to be false. It always didn't match because any date is possible. So at that point, you might as well not have a matcher. But I guess I can just do like, yep. So if 2 is provided, I'm going to rearrange this in a few. I just need to like get my thoughts on down here. This is actually challenging doing this live again after I haven't done it live in so long. My nerves aren't as calm as they once were. There's so much pressure. Okay. And Copilot is actually, thankfully I have like all these defined in this file because, or Isaac defined all these in this file because it's just like interpreting what I need to do here almost. Yeah, Michael, I pulled it from React Date Picker, I believe. So I guess in this case, like, I guess in this case here, like if I wanted to set from like today, essentially, so I guess undefined would just default it to, well, I guess it would default it to nothing. It would be any date before this date. So up until, which in all reality though, date before would be like a better choice there, right? Like, I'm trying to understand why they did that. Okay, so in this case specifically, they actually include the dates. So from and to are allowed to be, like it's inclusive of those dates. So I think this might not actually work. Yeah, like is in between is not going to work here because actually maybe it would. If it's after the start date, So if it comes anytime after, I guess, like 0000 on this date, but I also want to check if it's equal to that though, right? Like I want to see if it is midnight or whatever. By the way, guys, I'm terrible at dates in like JavaScript. This is probably one of my weakest areas next to socializing with people. So forgive me if I struggle a bit here. If you're a date expert, I gotta appreciate your insights. And this logic I didn't write, by the way, so I'm kind of just trying to understand as well what somebody else started with, which makes it a little bit more challenging. So to me, is after takes in two dates. So date 1 is the first arg, date 2 is the second arg. They take in date 1, they're setting the hours to 0, so they're setting it to the very, very beginning of that date. And then they're doing the same thing for date 2. But is this setting it to the end? Because what's interesting is that I think this logic might be a little bit messed up here, because technically it could be a part of this date, but then it couldn't be a part of this date. So date 1, does that make sense? Like if we're starting at the very beginning of the first date, I feel like we should start at the very end of the next date, or we start at the end of both dates. Like it shouldn't be like the beginning of this date and the beginning of this date, because then it's like, okay, it could be the first date, but then it could also be like 5 o'clock on the second date, or it couldn't be 5 o'clock on the second date. Yeah, no, I want to, I've heard that, I think I watched a Fireship video that was talking about like Day.js is basically obsolete, but I don't know. I know React Date Picker's using it because they have like, probably because they have nice helpers, but we obviously want to minimize dependencies. But I mean, I don't really know, like, again, when it comes to certain things, like, I think it may be beneficial to us, but I guess we could obviously, I could just rip this stuff from this code ultimately, right? But it is nice to just be able to like, is equal. I don't have to like think about it. Is after. Like, what does their is after implementation look like? Where's their code at? Hello? GitHub. Yeah, I know. I know they do. Okay, very well. Yeah, Nicholas, I haven't run into a case, I guess, right now where I absolutely need to use it yet. That's the thing. So like, I want to say that's probably what Isaac was doing as well. I want to say we discussed it. When Tomas pops in here, I'll ask him what the thought is on that. But I want to say he asked about that as well. And I think the question was, what do you want to use Day.js for specifically? And then there was no like specific thing that they wanted to use it for. So therefore it was like, okay, well, don't use it until you feel like you need to use it. What am I looking for? Is after. Tests. Okay, so this is interesting too. Like, this is something else to consider, like the times, right? Like, we're kind of like making the opinion here that like, I guess for this specific situation that like this time that we're setting them both to 0, when really it could be like, you could want to set a time range. So, maybe I just use it, and then afterwards, if it's like decided that we don't actually need it, then I can just either copy the functions over or something, right? Because the big thing for me is dealing with the different time zones and stuff, which I want to say they may like take care of. especially for like intervals and things. Yeah, that's going to be kind of a pain in the ass for me to do myself. Yo, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. We were just talking about you. Do you remember what the consensus was on date-fns? Was it a matter of if we need it, we use it. If not, we don't? Yeah, it was great things. Whoops. Okay, Day.js is better. Okay, very well. I haven't even seen that before. But someone just mentioned it. Nicholas mentioned it just now. That's exactly what they just said. You probably can't see the history, I don't know, but yeah, let me just look. So where we're at right now is we have this bit here, which I broke. 1 second. Let me reset it real quick. So for some reason this calendar isn't being SSR'd. I'm not sure exactly why, but we got single select, got multi-select, we got range mode going on here. Now there's been like discussions about like, okay, how do we want to handle going backwards? And like everybody's had a different answer, like how they would want to do this, like how they would want it to work whenever you go back. Like, so I have a range selected here. If I go back to like the 10th, half the crowd says it should extend from the 10th to the 20th. The other half says it should reset. Somebody else says it should just restart altogether. So yeah. Yeah, no, this isn't the finished bit or anything. But I would say that based off of like what I've just from that, there hasn't even, I don't think there's even been two people that agreed on the same type of strategy, selection strategy, coined by Manuel. That it should reset because you can't reset it. I can reset it if I just click on the number. If I click on the last one again, or if I click on the same, I think last night we implemented where click on the same one more than once, it's going to like back to back, it's going to restart to that date. So if I had the 12th and the 13th and I was like, shit, I want to start at the 13th instead. If I click that again, it's going to start there and then I can drag it on. But yeah, I looked at like 4 different ones yesterday and they were all different. But so that's what I was thinking. We might want to have like options where it's like something that we can control or you can like set with a mode or, you know, an option. Because I imagine it's going to be one of the first issues is, hey, I want to keep going. I want to select dates behind this date. Vice versa. What is Day.js up to? That's what I was looking at. Hey, Wilbert. Welcome to the stream. By the way, everybody, T Glide is the creator of Melt UI. So If you have any Melt UI related questions. Yeah, someone else checked it a little bit ago. It was weird too. Yeah, so there doesn't seem to be like a consensus on how a date picker should look. So that's what I'm thinking. Like giving the ability to kind of switch how that works is probably gonna be best for us. What is it? Just Day.js. What was it again? Day.js. What's the idea? Yeah, Michael, that's what I thought too. But I think that's how it's going right now, I want to say. But that's not like, I guess, expected for everybody. I always get confused on sites because there's no like consistency. Like one hotel booking site will have it like be all wonky. The other site will have it different. So I'm used to kind of just like clicking around until I reset it. We also looked at man times as well. And obviously React Date Picker. We looked at Ant Design, which does theirs a little bit differently. Because yeah, like some of this logic here, I can just already tell this is going to cause issues. Because yeah, like this is, it should be the end of date 2. If anything, not the very beginning of both. That's weird. Say you choose the start and end, 3 to 10. 3 to 10, and you click 5. It changes the start date, 5 to 10. If you click after it, it changes the end date. Click before it, it changes the start too. Yeah, so in this case though, I can change it. I just have to click on the same thing twice. That's the way we kind of, I guess, I think someone had that idea yesterday, I want to say. Maybe it was me, I don't remember. But yeah, so like if I go from 4 to 13, I guess my likelihood, like if I want to change the start date now, like what is more commonly changed? Is it the start date or the end date? If it's the start date you want to change and you click 5, okay, I need to click 5 again, and then it's going to do it. But anytime you click the same date back to back, it's going to set that one as like the new start date. So if I click 11, if I went from 11 to 20 and I wanted to say, okay, actually I want to start at 13, that's like obviously an issue because you can't just flip like that. But I mean, we'd have to either run some type of calculation to get like whatever it's closest to, but then that could be confusing as well because then it's like, if there's an odd number of day, like my thought, I think last night, as I was trying to fall asleep, I was like, okay, what if we took like, you know, the first half of these dates, change the start date, the second half changed the end date. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is, I agree. Yeah, Michael, honestly, I think that might actually be, that might actually should be maybe be like the behavior right now. Because basically I'm doing that for the end, but I'm not doing it for the beginning. And then, because I already have the double click if you want to restart, like just click it again. So yeah, that's just one of those like weird things. Either way, I don't think the logic is difficult to implement. I think we could easily have like a switch or a conditional that checks like the mode the user wants to use or the selection strategy, and then we could easily flip the behavior based on that. I'm pretty sure, because I experimented with a few different ones yesterday. But yeah, that's the one that felt the most natural to me, like being able to click it again and just kind of like, no, I said this one, right? Any click after should reset it. See, there's an entirely different thoughts. They probably do it differently. I know Material UI does. I can pull up Material UI right now actually and look at Androids. I think this will probably be very similar, right? I mean, I don't want to. Date range picker. Okay, so they do some shit like this where it's like it actually focuses over there so you know where you're at. Now that's just like like and I don't think let's see, they actually have one here. Yeah. So okay, I select out of here, I click outside, now it resets. So just as Rightus mentioned, that happens. Click behind, it does that. But what is annoying though is if I miss the date by 1, I now click the 21st. I'm like, shit, 12th to 21st. Like it feels like an extra unnecessary step. But then if we look at like I'm just trying to look at some of the more popular libraries that are out there, and they all do it. I'm telling you, they all do it differently. Mantine, click here. Okay, click here. It resets. Okay, so they follow that, but they allow you to go backwards. Whereas Material UI does not. So like in this case, they make up for that unexpected experience by at least letting you go backwards. Because again, if I'm a user and I select the 27th, but I actually meant the 28th, I click the 28th. If we truly reset it and we're keeping the behavior the same, now when I go back to the 20th, not using Mantine, it would reset again. So I'm like, okay, now I'm restarting again. Okay, 28th feels like an extra step. Yeah, that's a pain. Yeah, Michael, I agree. That's why I think that like really the way that everybody's gonna be able to get the date picker they feel like is best for their app is just to like make it an option they can set and allow them to determine what the strategy is. Because I want to say I looked at one other one yesterday too, Ant Design, but they do like whoops, the hell did I just do? Yeah, so they kind of do this thing here where it's like you have two different, it's more, I guess, visually apparent which what you're doing, right? Which could be the user could easily implement that themselves, I guess. I don't think they have one. They don't have a range example without 2 inputs. Yeah, for sure. For sure, custom. Because again, there's only like so many. I guess we could like name the number of strategies. Like there's, you know, I could just read this chat again and find the 10 different strategies. This case here, so this is what I was wanting to handle with Day.js, because I think that I don't really know. I don't feel like these are accurate, or these are going to actually produce accurate results here. As mentioned before, we're starting at the beginning of each date. Do I have to do... Is it really this? Is it really... Or is it just like this? There's no way. Oh, this is quite literally a replacement for like the date. It's literally a replacement for date. All there. Kind of, not really. So someone else did like a good bit of it. They laid most of the groundwork. And I'm just trying to finish it. But right now it just has like, you know, some multi-select. We got range, which is controversial subject. Single select. Do we use Day.js then? Like, I don't know if this is like, is this ideal? Do we want to actually have a custom Day.js instance? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised there's not like a standard for this by now. I'm really surprised by that, honestly. I'm very surprised. I don't know about the Day.js thing. It's going to be kind of like all of our date objects internally are going to be Day.js date objects. Like, is that ideal? I guess it could be. like in this case here, okay, so I can just pass another Day.js object. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a pain or not. Yeah, Alder, that's going to be like a, that's going to be up to the user, the developer to implement on the end. We'll provide like data attributes that'll help you determine if something is the last date in the selection or not, and things like that. This is more just a, this is likely not even like the final example. It's just a rough draft here while we build it out. Yeah, it accepts dates. Yeah, it would definitely have to be converted back to normal date, Paolo. I agree. Yeah, I guess that makes sense then, because we can also pass like regular Day.js dates to other Day.js methods here. So I guess if we just convert, like always use those dates, then we can just run these different methods on them. And honestly, maybe beneficial to the user as well, since it's already like being installed as dependency, so they can properly display things like cleaner, I guess, since if we're going to force the dependency onto them anyways, we could return back like a regular date, and we could also or yeah, they could just pass it into their own Day.js thing. Okay, sure, let's do it. Which actually may make our lives easier with as far as implementing like the matchers and stuff. Let me think about this for a second here. Okay, so let's just start trying to like do some Day.js. Let's just make all these dates Day.js's real quick. I have to update the types as well, because now that's also a question. Okay, so the onChange function, it's going to have to be a Day.js date in there. This is a stream. I want to say, I hope I have it here. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so right now we're using dates everywhere, right? Now this is a question. So yeah, I guess that's a concern. Guys, it's like now our stores, like if you want to pass in a BYOS, bring your own store, you want to pass in your own value store, right? You now have, like if we're going to be using the Day.js, unless we want to convert it on the fly every time that we need it, rather than just keeping it as an instance of the Day.js date. I'm just trying to think right now what is like the cleanest way to handle that. Okay, yeah, that's probably the best bet here. Otherwise, it's going to be confusing as hell to try to explain to people they need to pass in a Day.js instance date. Okay, so we keep all this here. We keep it as a date. And then when we want to run these different operations on this bad boy, like is same day here, like this part here. Like I haven't even checked the logic 100% for some of this stuff. Like this is fine, but Okay, so value could be yeah, it's where it's gonna be kind of annoying though to try to do this on the fly, I guess. I guess we could just yeah, I'm trying to think about, okay, like if we're converting it on the fly, like in this case here, like is selected, like if it's a, for example, a multiple select, like there's an arbitrary length array there of selected dates. Whereas for the ranges, then, you know, it's going to be 2. We have max array length of 2. So in this case here, we would have to, but value 0, yeah, so value 0 should always be the same, there should always be at least 2 in a range. Because if you just have one date, you have from today to today. So I guess like, you son of a gun. I didn't do these switch statements. Wasn't me. It's supposed to be range. Because I'm like, my logic here is kind of a little bit yeah, for is same day, but is between would be nice, because I think the is between logic here is a little bit busted. Because of how they're doing the times. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, maybe just do it. You mean like do it in the helper functions? Morning, Jamie. Welcome to the stream. Like this. Yeah, I think this makes oh yeah, you're right, actually. I don't have to do that for this one here. The hell is that? Copilot. Yeah, the set hours things was kind of concerning me because it's like okay, is same day. That's good. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I haven't used Day.js before, actually. I've only ever used DataFinesse. So I'm interested to see what kind of like little things they have, right? Is leap year. I don't think we need to do anything there with that. Or this. Do they? Whoops. I don't see is today. Oh. Well, I just want to know if the date is today. Oh, and I passed it. Okay, I passed the actually, I'm not seeing that. Okay, is today. No, I don't see it. Whatever, I'm just going to reverse my logic. Oh, but okay, I have to instantiate on the object. I'm not getting that for some reason. Like, what does it want me to pass in here? Am I tripping? Is today does not exist on type Day.js. Oh, it's a plugin. Well, at this point, if is same day is going to be giving me today. I think, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's because I have to do like Day.js extend. I can do that. I'm just kind of, I haven't used this before, so I have to just familiarize myself with the API. This all looks fine. This looks fine. Um, try to see if they have a nice slow helper for this. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of a bit weird here. So in this case here, I guess I have to oops. I have no clue if that's actually gonna do what I wanted to do or not. But I'm also wondering, do we just, from these helpers, do we always return like a regular date, or do we want to return the Day.js object? From all the helpers, yeah. Okay, so days in this case, these are going to be. I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, so here's where it starts to get a bit. Oh, these are booleans. This is. This is. I'm not sure if we're But I guess honestly, this is one less thing that we have to, I guess, worry about, like making sure we're being accurate on. Kind of offload some of that responsibility to the Day.js team rather than trying to do these calculations, because I'm almost 100% sure that some of those were messed up. Okay, Day.js, JJS. Tomas, I already know you're probably working on a function right now, which just like magically converts all the arguments into into Day.js. So subtract months. So d.subtract months, month. Return d.toDate. Yeah, I guarantee you we're gonna be able to like probably clean this up quite a bit. Add years. This is one of the cases where I think it's like very helpful to just explicitly type return type. So we don't ever make a mistake where we forget to convert it. Like keeps myself in check. I like it. Okay. So then now we don't have to worry about doing this craziness over here, because it's just going to handle that for us. So all this logic can stay the same. Helper functions are the ones handling this. Booleans. Cool. Did I break something? Let's find out. Looks like maybe I did. Hello? We were using this Felty picker, but in the last moment switched to native HTML. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely I knew it was going to be kind of one of those annoying components, just because there's so many options that people want to use it for, but I selfishly want it for myself, so. It'd be amazing if I could open my DevTools in my browser. I'm doing something that's like breaking, that I broke something, but I'm not sure what. Okay, so I'm getting the value server side, but something I can't even check my damn DevTools to see. Maybe I can just get to it from here. My shortcut isn't working, so. But like, I don't, other than the, The hell is this? Oh, I collapsed it. Never mind. We're fine. The hell is happening right now? I'm not even using those yet, but what the hell did I do? What did I do here? I don't know what I just did, but it won't even load the day picker page anymore. Isn't it time to go to sleep for you? When in doubt, just blast out your node modules and SvelteKit folder, and then, you know, you're good to go. What's your PR looking like? Oof, 3,000 lines? Wow. Hot damn. Okay, you got some examples here. What's the builder looking like? 188? Oh, that's the damn docs. It won't even, you know, it's bad when it won't even load. This looks like not very fun. No, that's gonna be a sick component along with the tree. The tree is super sick. Dude, the site is, GitHub is so slow, man. You cannot review a PR in GitHub. It just starts lagging like crazy. I just want to know how I just broke this page. All right. If something is broken, See, I told you, all you have to do is just delete your entire node modules folder, and then your in your node modules and your SvelteKit folder, everything just, everything just becomes interactive on the page. Made this thing. You created a Frankenstein. Any ideas here, chat? Do I really want to undo all that shit I just did to figure out where my issue is? Why is it not like throwing something? Instead, it just infinitely spins here. Like I sent it into an infinite loop. I probably honestly did do that. It sucks like not having the pre, like. I guess one idea here is just to, let's figure out where this is. So let's eliminate some variables here. We'll start with just a single select. See if that one will cooperate. Like it's literally crashing my entire browser. Control Z. I just wish I could see why. I wish it would just tell me. It's definitely a loop. But where's that even happening? That's my thing is, where's that loop even happening? Because like almost all the different things that are happening are triggered by a click. So it's not like it just, like, other than updating this, everything should be being triggered by a click. The only effect I have beyond that one I just commented out is this one, just to log the value because I want to see the value as it changes, just for the time being while I'm building it out. Oh, this could actually be the issue. Yeah, the most annoying bugs are the ones that crash your browser. This is exactly why I haven't fixed that one in Bits UI yet with the dialogue thing, because it crashes my browser every time I'm trying to troubleshoot. And okay, so yeah, it's something in this active date, I believe. Hey, quit making that noise, man. My dog makes these nasty noises. Sounds like what it sounds like to get me banned on, probably banned from YouTube. Wait, I thought there was a while loop. Wasn't there like a while loop somewhere actually? Hold on. I think I remember seeing a while loop. I do have a dog. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you her. Hey. This is the doggo. Say hello to the stream. Say hello. Very good dog. I have two dogs. I have a golden retriever as well. Yep. She's big chilling here beside me. Gotta take them on a walk here in about an hour. The big one does her own thing most of the time. We'll just hangs out downstairs. Her mom is out of town, so she's depressed. Okay, I saw a while loop. I know there's a while loop somewhere. Yep. So I'm assuming this is probably where the issue is happening, maybe. Oh, I can't just do this. I'm an actual moron. Whoever let me do this needs to reach through the screen and smack me. If dcurrent is before the end, I'm over here trying to do like, okay, I think that's what the issue was. I was trying to just like compare it like that, and I can't do that with two Day.js objects. Hey, enough of the noise. Yeah, it's humbling, that's for sure. It is nerve-wracking. I will say though, I perform worse on stream. There's like more pressure, but it feels good though. It's like a good challenge, you know? Kind of have to speak it out. Dear Tim, it's getting pretty damn close. Here's all the components. Well, except the date picker. There's quite a bit. And most of the ones that aren't necessarily a part of Melt UI, you could probably build using other, like combining a couple of different Melt UI builders. But there's quite a bit. Like I'm pretty sure we only have a couple more until we're like good on the initial. That sounds like an excuse. Yeah, I guess. But I guess just imagine like you had like, what is it? 9 of you right now? 9 people just like standing behind you, just like watching like watching what you type. Yeah. But it does help me kind of compose my thoughts a bit and to kind of speak things out. Like kind of explaining, and sometimes I end up finding an error where I wouldn't have. This is TypeScript codecs. Yeah, I would get used to it. I got used to it when I was streaming like every day almost for like a month or so, 2 months maybe straight, about 7 months ago, or starting about a year ago, and I got used to it. But I haven't. I just started again yesterday, and did a quick little intro stream, and then today, of course. But yeah, you get used to it though. Okay, did I resolve my issue? Or did I just not? Yeah, there's the fresh cut. I told you I was getting a cut today. I was supposed to get it a couple days ago, but yeah. Okay, so I still have an issue. I still have a loop somewhere, I think. Let me just, yeah, because I'm SSRing it fine. It's just my browser just hates me. Why did I just type that in like that? Fortunately, I'm actually running like a pretty strong computer. I probably would have crashed my stream from my browser eating up all my CPU. Okay, so somewhere in this utils, maybe this is still incorrect. So what was it before? It was current before the end, or current is less than the end, which would make it before. The greater the timestamp, the further in the future, or closer to now the date, or further in the future. Let me just actually just think about this. So let me, instead of just trying to like pick apart what Isaac had going on here before, me just think about this. So we're getting days in between. We get the current date, or the start date and the end date. And then for each date in between, we add it to an array until we're done with the end. Okay, so we get current here, which is the start date. The ending is the end date. And then we're, I guess, incrementing current until we get to then. But how is that? Shouldn't this be start plus 1 day? Days in between. The current date, I don't really, would I consider that days in between? I don't think so. Oh, the big one's here. Oh, you're a big girl. Here's the big one. You're okay. I know. Thank you. It will work with different time zones there, Tim. I'm still like again, the goal is to get it as functional as React Day Picker, right? But right now it's not even working right now. Okay, so this should probably be, let me see what this was before. Sorry if you guys can hear that. Let me mute. Okay. I feel like this should not be the current date. Yeah, I will, Codex. I will. Ask ChatGPT. Dude. It is good for certain things. But it also can like send you down the entire wrong direction. You realize you wasted like an hour listening to a robot. And you get even angrier because it was supposed to solve your problems. I use it for things like that I would just... Like if I had some... Shit about what I use it for. Like creating helper functions that like... Especially with like AST type stuff. That's where I use it for the most. Okay, so why are we going with the current here? So... If I want days in between, I think I should add a day to decurrent. Right? Start here, end here. Is start inclusive? Does that also mean that end is inclusive too? Because right now it's not. So that's like some of the weird stuff that was going on up here that I wasn't sure of. I usually use it as dumb questions. Yeah. Those quick things you need, like a quick... What did I use it for the other day? I'm not logged in on my phone. Actually, maybe I am. Can I see? Oh. Oh yeah, so like using it to like construct like a a query param from an object, from an arbitrary object, just convert it into a query param string. Like just doing something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just handle it for me real quick. I know what I want to do. Just do it. Anyways, back to my loop here we're stuck in. So I feel like this should be add one. Either we include both the start and the end, or we include neither. I don't think it makes sense to have that. Unless, like, where are we actually calling this? I don't know what's going on, man. I broke something and now I'm mad. Whoever's idea was to use Day.js has just ruined my entire evening. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I just can't see. I don't have any, like, I can't see anything. Let me just throw a log on this effect. Like, something is like crashing the browser. But I'm not getting any logs whatsoever. I re-commented this stuff back in, Macker. This stuff here, this is stuff I was working on earlier before I got off topic and went into going to Day.js. But all the other stuff, I believe I brought back. Yeah, I brought everything back. I'm just trying to think about what, like, I mean, normally I'll see like an error or something, right? Like something is undefined, or I'm logging inside of that loop. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I was just hoping, but it should. I thought it usually still shows me something. Yeah, I know. That's the waiting this file kit dir. That's the that should not fix as many problems as it does fix for me. I feel like that's got to be like a character flaw with Svelte. Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Is it Onik? Yeah, usually it'll tell me like something happened right away, even if it goes into a loop. Like, Yeah, you see that? It's freezing somewhere. But where though? Like, it's not the while loop. Otherwise I would see console logs, right? Why did I take my console logs out? Great. Okay, it is the while loop. I mean, when it's doing this, like when it freezes like that, there's only one while loop. It's like, I just thought I had the console log in there when I took it out, I guess. Okay, so actually, I don't think I even need to reassign this. I should just be able to add the date to that. Maybe somebody said that already, but what current is after update? Where is that? Gnarly. Where are you going? Good luck with everything. Goodbye. It's goodbye forever, I guess. That's the way you made it sound. Have a nice life. All right, I had to force quit my what's the extension? It's error lens. I use it because it's so annoying that I have to fix the error because I can't stand looking at it. Good Lord. Okay, so it's actually not updating. This is like one of those streams where, like, you know, part of me wants to just archive this thing and for nobody to ever view it again, because I just think about somebody watching this and wasting like hours of their time seeing me accomplish absolutely nothing. But hopefully it can inspire somebody, let them know they're not the only ones that oh, that's why. Yikes. Yes, this is Microsoft Edge on Mac. I know, I catch shit all the time for it. Yeah, so it actually doesn't manipulate the current day. We have to reassign it. So that's what I was doing, but either way. Okay, so instead of this, we're gonna do let decurrent equals decurrent.add one day. Yeah, so I recently switched to Mac. not too long ago. I've had one for work, but I started using it as I got a studio as like my daily PC. I got it strictly for Raycast. No, but I like Edge. I like the vertical tabs. I'm pretty sure there's probably an extension I could get, but I just like the vertical tabs. But I agree, it's kind of toxic. It like spams me with Bing chat all the time. Oh yeah, this browser tab is done for. Yeehaw, we fixed it. I think. I don't, hopefully I'm not doing that somewhere else. I don't think I am, so I think we're good. Arc browser. I thought about that. I guess like what's the appeal of it? What is the big appeal behind Arc? Or is it like Browser Co, the browser company? Like I've seen it, of course. I've seen the marketing. But I just don't know like what the value prop is. I guess does seem cleaner than Edge, to be honest. Maybe I'll use it. What are the gotchas? Does it come with a subscription? Yeah, Mackard. I will. Yeah, I'm going to keep the stream going. I will have to take a break here in probably about 15 minutes, though, to walk the dogs and feed them and stuff. But I'll be back. Yeah, these are kind of streams I do. Typically, I just struggle. I don't pre-plan like the stream. I have like a general idea as to what I'm going to do or a project I'm working on, and then I just work on it. And then if I'm gonna script something or I'm gonna have it done beforehand, I'm gonna make a video. I don't like I think it's weird if you live stream like a preset script, or I don't know. It feels weird to me. It doesn't feel as I don't like watching those streams. I like just going off the rip, seeing people struggle. But this is new territory for me because I'm not really good at dates in JavaScript anyways. And then, you know. Okay, Ajit, I'll probably try it, honestly. Yeah, I do prefer the keyboard. Like, what are the hotkeys? I don't really like the tab hotkeys here. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm a Windows user, or if it's because, or I was a Windows user. But like control shortcuts to me, I have a hard time with. But I also don't type traditionally. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. It's invite only still. I can download. Looks like. Or do I have to sign in to I have to have an account or an invite to log in? Yeah, I do wish there was like a better. I wish I could like fuzzy find tabs. That's like what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to do like Command P and then search for like the tab that I want. Voting date picker is fun. Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It hasn't been bad though. It's challenging. Like the menu components. So I made all these menus. So like the drop down menu, the context menu, the menu bar. I had never made something like this with floating UI before, so that was a fun experience. But challenging. But I like making things like net new, you know? Okay, so we have those three. What were we doing before we got on this Day.js thing? I think we were doing disabled. That's kind of what this was leading up to. So let me actually okay, we have a commit. We're good. It's funny on stream. I don't commit for some reason, but on when I'm in my own element, I paranoid commit like, yeah, but that's why, yeah, it's more so like a context menu. And my thoughts are like, if you're building like a single page application, it's like actually like potentially like a progressive web app. A real interactive application where you're like Figma, for example, right? Like when I right click in Figma, I would expect Figma to open up their own context menu rather than this, right? But yeah, it should just be for controlling specific things in the app. Okay, disabled stuff. That's what we're doing next. So we have these matchers here, these matcher types, and these are the same ones from Day.js. I literally just ripped them over because I want to make the assumptions that they've covered like most of the edge cases where people would want to match a date. So these are to match disabled dates. So you have a lot of options here. You can pass in date, multiple dates, range, yada, yada, yada. A custom function. So if you wanted to, you know, hit your API and then check the availability behind that date or something, or make a request, as long as you just return a callback, you can return a Boolean from that function. So I have to cover all those cases in the disable like check. So is disabled, I'm just pretty much going to conditionally check all these different cases, but I also need to. Yeah, Ajit, appreciate it. Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I lost all my when I had to destroy edge. Okay, we're still live. Okay, cool. All right, so match date range. So we have, that's actually what I was curious about. So date range, I guess my question is, why do we have this rather than just doing this? I was trying to think about the different scenarios in which you might want to like pass in a from or to if a from exists. And I want to say it's probably like adapting around queries or query strings. So like I can just pass in whatever query strings are there and it's going to give me the right date ranges. I feel like that's what it is good for, to be honest. I guess from would just be like, if undefined, like it's not disabled. If from is undefined and to is non-existent, also could be undefined. Then okay, match.to is where is the date going up to? So I gotta like wrap my head around the fact that we're disabling here. So we're not like, so to is, we're basically passing in a range that is gonna be disabled. From this range to this date, we're disabling the date from being selected. So if to exists and from is undefined, then basically we're going to start at the 2 dates and work our way back to infinity, right? So basically meaning if it's before 2, then it's disabled, I think. If to and from, then we go in between those two. And I want to say in day picker, I want to say it's inclusive. Date range. Yeah, okay. So is between okay, so yeah, so the is between inclusive is it can be the start date or it can be the from, it can be the to, and it can be any day in between, and it's going to be disabled. So I need to make sure the logic for the is after and is before is accurate here. So instead of using is before, we'd probably have to use is before or is same, right? Like essentially is equal, less than or equal to. And I'm just going to put these in their own little functions for now because I'm not sure if I'm going to need to reuse them again. And if I do, then I'll just move them around. But let's see if Copilot can do it. Sure can. All I have to do is just like think about it, you know, just think about what you want to accomplish. There it goes. Look, is after same, is before same. I think that's going to do what I want. Okay, so is between inclusive here is gonna be this. Is before or same, because this entire match date range, not doing that. I'm just more leaving that for a note for myself. Okay, what are other conditions here? So I guess if they're both undefined, then we're just gonna return false. So if no matcher.to, return false. It's not disabled. They didn't provide anything, then there's nothing to match, right? And then I guess if, okay. So then we have one more condition here. We have the from condition. Hey, good evening. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm having a joy over here, having a ball. Okay, so the last condition, I feel like my condition's kind of jacked up here. So if we want to get rid of this quick, if there's neither a to or a from, then we just want to return false. If there is a to and there's no from, we handle that. If there's both, we handle that. And then we have to handle if there is a from and no to. But I think we've already, yeah, we would already handled that right there though. So like if matcher.from, then and then otherwise we're just going to turn false here. So maybe we don't actually even need this, but it's going to, I guess what it does is just, we don't have to go through these different evaluations, I guess. But yeah, I could probably clean this up 100%. Okay, so I think that handles the date range. I'm probably missing something, but what else do we have? Date before, date after. Wait the date not included. So in this case, we're not going to, for the before, after, and I think interval is not inclusive. So this comment is useless at the moment. Matching the date after. Okay. What else do we have? I know we can pass in like an array of dates to match against. So that would be the instance where it's an array. So here, handle multiple matchers. This is actually shit. This is for passing in multiple matchers. Okay. And then, yeah, so I guess I'll do a, I know we already have this here. I'm just trying to like consolidate this so I can maintain my bearing as I try to implement this logic. What else do we have? Why is this oddly indented like that? Okay. We also have some functions, a Boolean, the interval, and the day of week. Okay, so we can actually match days of the week. So I guess if we wanted to like disable Saturdays and Sundays, if we're closed on the weekends, then we can do like that. Okay, cool. This is going okay so far. Time is right now 30 after. Okay, I need to take like a 15-20 minute break, walk my dogs, feed them, drink some water, but I'm gonna be back. So if you're still hanging out here in a bit, I will see you guys then. We're gonna try to keep moving forward with this disabled handler. And if not, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, I am back. Hello, thanks for staying. Sorry for the delay there. Okay, where was I? Oh, nice. Okay, that's a good way to occupy your time. Okay. Back into it. Disabled matcher. Okay, so let's just kind of go by these cases. We have range done. We have before, we have after, Boolean, function. So how does the array of matchers work though? That's my thing. Like, I guess, does it just get passed through each one of those? Yeah, for sure. It definitely does. It definitely does. Makes you think about the problem a bit more. So we can take either a matcher or an array of matchers. One sec. Okay, so I'm assuming, let me actually just check date picker real quick. Okay, so I guess for like an array, it would be if any of them evaluate to true, right? Like, if any of these match, then that, right? That's kind of the way I'm thinking about the array situation here. Why is my pointer like this? There we go. So we're handling the array here, okay? And then otherwise we know it's not an array. So I'm just gonna just say return here. We're not gonna handle the array just yet. I guess we basically need to check if it's a function, which I think we have actually a is function helper for the matcher. So since we're returning inside of this if statement here, we know for a fact it's just a single matcher, so we can conditionally handle the logic. The cool thing is that once we have all of this logic, we can just move this into its own function and then pass that into this section here as well. So it just iterates over it, probably. And we just have a check to see if it's true. We have like a check that lives outside of the loop, and as they update it, it starts out at false, and then as they go through, they'll update that one to true if it is true. So at the end, we'll either have true or false. If it's true, then it matches one of the items in the array. If not, hey Nicholas, welcome back. I just got back as well for a walk. Yeah, Day.js is working well so far. It is working well. I'm not sure what you left off at, but that loop I was having, I had like a while loop that I was just being stupid and wasn't handling properly. So it's freezing my browser. Okay. So if it's a function, we know it's going to be this function here that takes in a date and takes in the current date, and returns true or false. So in this case here, we just want to call this return matcher date. Okay. Else if, what else we have? We have Boolean. So if it's a Boolean, we're going to return that. The weird thing about handling this is going to be like, I guess I need to think about how I'm going to implement it, because like technically matcher here could be an array. It could also be an array of arrays. And I can't just yeah, so I guess maybe I'll have to handle that on the outside, possibly outside of this scope here. So let's just pretend like we're working with a single matcher here. So let's just go based on a single matcher, and then we'll handle multiple matchers in a second. So if it's an array, we know it's an array of dates. So we want to basically check is same day current date in the matcher. So if there's any in this array that matches this date, then yep, okay, that should be good. So let's just actually else if matcher instead of a date. Nice. Copilot's actually nasty at dates. I'm not gonna lie, this Copilot, this is the most helpful it's ever been for me, I'm pretty sure. with dates. Okay, so we already have the match date range here. So if matcher dot type of matcher object and what is the damn I think it's what I want to use. Because it'll always have a from. It'll have a from key. It just won't, it could be undefined. So I don't want to do like an if not, you know, matcher.from. Maybe there's a better way to do this. I don't know. We'll see. For now, this looks fine to me. So if it has a from, then we know it's a date range. So we can say return match date range, matcher and date. Oh, I need to actually, you're going to be annoying, aren't you? This is like one of the to get it actually type safe. That's going to be the annoying part. Because this is not going to give me like that. And it's expecting that to be that. But there was like a hazo. I thought there was like a object.property keys. This is an array, but I want to say this is not enough to like type it. Is that what I'm looking for? Key and object? Yep, that's what I was looking for. Thank you very much. There's like 16 different ways that you could like theoretically, you know, get that. And then some of them like actually get the type right. Some of them don't. Okay. And then we have before, after, and then before and after. So I guess first we'll check to see if it has after and before. Because that'll make the rest of the conditions easier. If type of matcher's object and before matcher. I swear to God, Copilot's listening to me. Wait. No, I wanted to get both first. Before and matcher and after and matcher. Let me get rid of these real quick. So this is the date interval. Now, date intervals, the dates are not included. And that's basically going to be the same thing as it's going to be is between. Not inclusive though. It's getting kind of ugly, but it'll be okay for now. We'll clean it up later. I already had this here. Okay, so we have the basic, I guess, is disabled logic here. Now, to be able to handle like an array of matchers, I'm trying. I know how I can do this, of course, but I'm trying to think about like the weird part is that like I can't just check if it's an array, right? Because we could have a single matcher that could just be an array of dates, right? Or it could be an array of matchers themselves. And the problem with like checking, you know, let's say we wanted to, okay, maybe we could check the first instance of the array or the first index of the array, index 0, see if it's a date. Well, technically it could be one with either or. So that's where I'm thinking like, if there's a before and after, the conditions will work, right? Else if type of match. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, so it's going to return. So if it has before and after, it should run this. Otherwise, it has to have both though, because we have the before date after. So, but it should return here if it has both. It should never have just, whoops. It should never just have one or the other, I guess. I'm sorry. It should never have, yeah. Yeah. Again, I will clean this up. I'm just trying to think about how to handle this other thing, man. The fact that matcher could be an array of matchers or an array of dates is kind of throwing me off here a bit. Like, I'm wondering, like, I guess an easy fix could be like, no, that would be the same thing, I think. Let's see how these peeps are handling it over here. Oh, I guess we can make it like always be an array. Right? I guess we can make it always be an array. If it's not already an array, we just make it an array of one, maybe. Oh, I can do this. There we go. Exactly what I was looking for. Every. So we want to check if it's an array first, I guess. And then now that we're inside of this array type situation here, we can check if is array of dates. Then we can handle this bit here. So we can say match date array. Right? Otherwise, we do something else. This is where we can kind of go through handle each one of those. God, this is such a garbage name. Matcher is match, and that's going to take in a date and a matcher. Hey, what's up, Luigi? Welcome to the stream. So we'll have this here. Okay. So part of me wants to this Vim mode or just shortcuts? Day picker's coming along well. This is not Vim mode. I just shortcuts. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words, Luigi. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so basically here, we know it's going to be an array. Right? I can just kind of get rid of that real quick. Got who? I'm going to have to hurt Tomas. I think he added this recently. The no trailing spaces. Is that? No, that's just literally part of ESLint. Since when? I swear that has not always yelled at me like that. It just started doing that to me like the other day. Day picker is going well though, Luigi. It's we're working on disabled right now. So current status of it, well, it's probably broken at the moment because I'm messing with stuff. But yeah, we have like some basic functionality. Now we're starting to get into like the options, like being able to disable dates, things like that, using kind of like a bunch of different matcher functions or matcher functions or objects, things like that. What's up, Lake? Welcome back. So in this case here, we're basically, this is going to be not an array of dates. It's actually going to be an array of matchers. So which actually, I think we can literally just go each no matter what. Because if we had like an array, so if we had like matchers equals, right? So we had matchers, which is going to be an array in this case. Let's say we want to pass in multiple, and let's say we had like 6 different arrays of dates. Like theoretically, we could have something like this, right? So really, if it is an array of dates, I guess we can go ahead and handle that. But I still want to handle array of dates down here though too. So first things first, if is array of dates, is it matcher? I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of like else ifs, to be honest. I know it's like most of the time though, I usually will just straight up just next line return as long as I'm returning. But I think in this case, it might be helpful. We could probably move some of these in like, you know, little tags that could help us describe what the hell this is. Because if somebody else looks at this, they might get a bit annoyed trying to follow the logic, I guess. Okay, so immediately if it's an array, the first thing we're going to check, is it an array of dates? If it's an array of dates, the matcher itself, and not an array of matchers, then we just want to handle matching the date array, return that. Otherwise, we basically want to go through this for each one of the items in the array and then update this. If any of them are true, we want to update this to true. Now we don't want to update it for each one because we don't want it to overwrite itself. Like we don't, if any of them are true, then so I guess we could just do, what is it, like sum? So we could just do like return matchers.sum in for matchers and is match date m. Oh, matcher.sum, sorry. Oh, it's because I did that. Whoops. And then just to make sure, this should always return a Boolean. And this should always return a Boolean. So if it's not an array and it's not, then we just want to handle it like normal. If it is an array, we first check to see, is it an array of dates or is it an array of matchers? If it's an array of dates, we go ahead and return early here, matching the date array. Otherwise, we return if there's a single match. So if any of these evaluate to true, we're going to return true. Pattern matching, yeah. There's like, I want to say maybe Effect has it. Yeah, that's what I hear a lot, is that the that's one of the big things that's lacking in JavaScript, is like a pattern matching that's not like this. Hey, Incursio. Morning here in South Korea. I appreciate that. Morning. My buddies actually lived in South Korea for a couple years, actually. He lived in Seoul. He just moved, though. Moved to Qatar. Or he's moving to Qatar. The matcher is already allow values for the picker. Yeah, Luigi. So the idea is that the matcher is going to be either allowed, disallowed. You could use it for a number of things, right? Just gonna wait to match a date. So you could use it for like selected. So like if you want to pre-populate the selected dates with some matcher, that's the idea, is basically. So I really should make this not is disabled. It really should be is match. What do I name this one then? I guess this one could be like handle matchers, because technically yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. Is match and is matcher. Yeah, but they ultimately, this thing is only used internally, so I'm not exporting it. I do like exposing the is, though. I like is a lot. I like is, get, create. I hate like arbitrary names. Like match, is. In this case, I'm prefixing these to match because that's what this is being used for, but yeah. Match matcher. I want to clean this up though. So because I have a bad habit of like, I'll do some stuff and then I'll come back to it 2 days later and be like, what even is this? What did I do? I know it works, but how does it work? And I gotta like so let's just do some things here. Wait. Okay, yeah. So is date range. Yeah, is or has is, yeah, I love those because it's like it makes it really easy for me to just I feel like I don't need to have a comment or you can of course, but it makes it easier for me to read without jumping into the file. Like, okay, this is saying is this. I almost always expect is or has to always return like a boolean, right? What is the other one? Is date is date interval, yeah. Oh, I need to actually do this too. Matcher is date range. Matcher is date interval. Matcher is date before. Dude, Copilot is actually doing work today. Honestly, I feel like I've gotten the most value out of Copilot today than I've gotten out of it like maybe not entirely. It does do like a lot of BS, but in this case, it's actually being very, very helpful. And it's probably because it has almost the whole context in this one file. So it's like especially helpful. Like usually if it has like a response, it comes in late after I've already started like is date before, and then we have is date after. Oops. This kind of doesn't look very clean to look at either, but it's still this actually looks not really that great to read either. And since I'm returning, maybe I just like split these up. Maybe I don't do else ifs. Maybe I just do ifs. I know that's like frowned upon in certain communities, but we're doing that a few different places in Melt, and so far it hasn't been a big deal, especially if we're returning. But to me, it makes it more legible. Yeah, that's what you have to do for like filters too. So like if you filter it, like that's one of the weird things about TypeScript. Like if you filter something based on like an instance of, so if I filter like an array of errors and the condition of the filter is it is an instance of an error, it still doesn't properly like infer the type somehow. Apparently it's by design. I was looking into the issue. There was an issue on it on the TypeScript repo, but yeah. So you do like something.filter and then you do v, and you do like v is, you know, something, and then you would actually do the check there, v instance of date, like that, and then your object will be an array of dates. Like if this was just my own personal project here, I wouldn't be doing this. Like I wouldn't be going this crazy here with this kind of stuff. But in my opinion, like I want to make it easy for other people to troubleshoot and debug, and that aren't me. I think this is, I honestly don't think we need the is Boolean thing there, to be honest. That's kind of excessive. But the is function is nice because we can have the type of the function. So matcher is this, which I think it actually already was, but yeah, especially in a library, big time. Because like, I mean, that depends on how fast someone's able to fix a bug. Otherwise, it's you that has to fix it, or else it's never going to get fixed. I don't know if this is more reusable. This is more legible or not either, though. I guess it is. It's definitely more legible than the if else, if else, if else, if else. Hey Luigi, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'll be streaming tomorrow too. Probably around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For a couple hours tomorrow. I'll be working on it again, so come see what's up. But enjoy your night. And thank you. Alrighty. So I'm half tempted to, I really think we should just do his match here as like our exported API, and then just do like check his match. I don't know, you know? Because the way I think about it, like in the, because we're in the utilities file right now for this builder. In the actual builder itself, like we'd want to run just like is match, pass in the arbitrary matchers or matcher prop, and then get a Boolean back. So to me, it makes sense rather than saying handle match, because that makes it seem like we're like doing something with that match, which we're not. I can't think of a good name for this right now though. So this is just going to be check is match, or I guess like, EST, yeah, Eastern time, yeah. So right now it is 2040 for me. Where are you at, Luigi? Did you say? Are you from France, or is that somebody else? I thought somebody said they were from France. Maybe that was somebody else, though. I don't know what to name this thing, man. Like I really don't. Whatever. Check his match. This is really ugly as well. This is also something I'm gonna update too, because let's be a bit more explicit here about what the hell we're doing. So our code is more legible. If it's a function matcher, then we're gonna execute that matcher with the date as its argument. If it's a date range matcher, matcher's a date, if the matcher's a boolean. If it's an interval match, yeah, that reads better to me at least. Okay, so I think that covers all day of week. That's the one we haven't done. So day of week. So 0, I think it was 0 through 6. Why does this feel like? Oh, I'm sitting like really cockeyed right now. My monitor's like crooked or something. Something's weird with my setup right now. I'm sitting really not centered. I was sitting way to the left of my monitor, and so the right side seemed really really far away. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So days of week. It's an object with the day of week property. How does Day.js handle that? Hey, good night. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Nice. Okay, cool. This should be really easy to implement then. So you already have it set up like this. So now I feel like off-centered again. Okay, so absolutely not. Okay, actually in this case, I could probably cast this because this should only return 0 through 6. It's just returning a number. Oh. Yeah, that should be okay. Okay, so I guess in this case here, we would just check for day of week of the matcher. So, okay, that should work. Okay, let's make sure this makes sense here. I also want to like fix this. I don't like this part of this right now. It's really not readable. Like if someone looked at this, then they would probably not know what the hell is going on here. Hey, good morning from Cambodia. Hey, good morning, mnemonics. It's currently evening here. It's cool. What time is it over there in Cambodia? Imagine like early. (9:50 p.m.) Where are you, Lake? Are you in South America? Or are you north somewhere? I actually don't know. What is... I don't think there's anything... Is there anything north that goes beyond that? Maybe like... I know like Brazil is an hour ahead, I think. As well as maybe some of the islands. 7:50 a.m. 11 hours. Wow. Well, good morning to you, Demonics. Okay, there's kind of a lot of stuff going on in this, but I think we're actually on the right track here, making good progress. A lot more than we were making earlier. Does anybody else use the Explorer bar as like your padding? Like when this is gone, I just feel like it's like... I've talked to my friend Adrian about this before. Like I just like to have that sidebar open for padding so that like when I'm looking at my monitor, I don't have to look all the way to the far left side of the screen to see. Now when I'm on my 13-inch MacBook, I do close it because I don't have enough screen space for all that. But like when I'm using a monitor, I like to have the Explorer open because like gives me some padding over there on the left. Okay, so I don't know what the auto select is, and literally straight up, I kind of want to have like the same interface, like pretty much like the same interface as React Date Picker. Because from what I understand, this is like one of the best ones for React, the best headless ones, right? They have very little issues, which is like a great sign to me that they're not like, that they've implemented almost either implemented or decided not to implement. Like you can see here, like they've like solved a lot of issues. Like rarely do they ever not implement something, right? So to me, the longer a library's been around, the more active it is, the more use cases they've covered, the more use cases we can cover from the beginning, which is why we took like a lot of inspiration from Radix, like a ton of inspiration from Radix, because they're like the de facto headless library, you know, besides I think Aria, React Aria is another one as well. But they've been through it, right? They've had all the tickets, they've had all the issues, requests for features, for options. Yeah, so I used to have an ultra wide actually. I actually just got rid of it. It's still on the floor right there beside me. I had a 49 inch. Like the Samsung G something. I bought it in like 2019, I think. But the problem is that Macs just like hate non-Mac, or Macs hate non-Apple monitors, and they hate, except for like the LG ones. The LG ones that were manufactured with Apple, that's the ones I have. But the colors and like the text just looks so bad going from like trying to use a regular monitor, like a non-Apple sponsored monitor with a Mac. And your colors are messed up too. So like I would upload a video, it would look entirely different on my computer. I look at it on my phone, it would look like an entirely different color. Like the colors were off. Like, so I bit the bullet and got like I didn't get the studio display. I wanted to, but I got one of the used LG ones that works well with Macs. Okay, so what I want to see here is their options, right? So it seems like they have like 4 different variations, right? They have defaults, single, multiple, and range. Right now we have single, multiple, range. I'm not sure what default is. Custom selection mode. So what is that? Like, what is the custom selection mode? I guess, like, what is the expected behavior when this happens, right? That's my question. Like, what differentiates this from... Default. The built-in selections are disabled and make your own selection mode with on-date click. Okay, so that's kind of like our... Okay. That makes sense. That can be something we add later. But it's good to know they have that. Multiple, you just can select one or more days. Okay, so actually before I get ahead of myself, let's actually just test our disabled thing out here real quick. So with selectors, or with matchers, we can disable things, and then we can also set things to be selected. So we'll start with disabled. So right now we have disabled a matcher or matchers. So by default, it's gonna be false. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna get rid of this stuff right now because it's annoying me and we don't need it just yet. Okay, so this would occur when we're rendering out the dates. So when we click on the dates, actually when we render them too. So we would want to do a const is disabled, and then we would just do is match I want to say this should be a date. Yeah, so props.value. And then we're going to use the disabled prop, which I actually need to destructure here. It's going to be a store. I'm currently using Melt UI for my small project, but I don't know why SSR is slow. It took 3 seconds or more to be fully loaded, but on production only 140. Yeah, Demonics, it's the dev server. Depending on what I've noticed is like icon libraries, there's like some weird stuff. And I want to say like, it's not tree shaking. At least I don't think so. Don't quote me on this, but dev mode is not like tree shaking things you're not using, right? So it's pretty much like loading the entire library, which is why it takes a little bit to like reload and boot up the first time. It also goes through some like dependency optimization steps, which has frozen me up for a while. I don't know why SSR would take so long for you. But yeah, if it's fine on production, it's definitely just like a dev server thing, which sucks, but yeah, 100%. Especially because your data, especially when your database is like right next, like in the same box as your server. So it's basically just like a false. Okay, so disabled here is going to be one of these, right? So we can just do disabled. So whatever matches this, and this is what I really like about the builders, is like, it may look like there's a lot of shit going on in here, but once you get into the code and you actually understand what's happening, like you can think of this whole thing, this entire function, you know, creates a closure, and we can basically, this is like our context here. So like instead of having to use context, pass it around, do all this craziness inside of components and try to like keep things synchronized, yada, yada, yada. On top of that, like the type inference is kind of annoying too. Here, this is basically like our for each date picker has its own set of these different stores that we can use, update, its own set of state, which is why like the menu is even crazier. So like the menu has its own like sub menus. So like the menu has its own stuff here. Like these are like the global stores to the entirety of the menu. But then like when you want to go to like sub menus, we have this like create sub menu function here. And that basically creates like another menu. It has its own stuff, like its own stores, but it can also reference like its parent menu's stuff as well. So like, for example, when the parent menu closes, I know to close the sub menu too. So there's like really cool stuff that you can do here. It's a lot of like just vanilla JavaScript and TypeScript, which is weird, but you don't actually write spell beyond like the stores piece and actions. But it's cool. I like it a lot. Okay, what was I doing a second ago before I went on a tangent for no reason? Is match, is disabled, is match. Okay. So yeah, likely what we'll do is we'll just pass a selected thing in as well. Maybe, we'll see. Data.disabled. Yeah, so like doing this would be really frustrating, right? Because here's the thing. While that's okay for certain things, like if we look at the date picker component here, like for you to know if I should disable this date, you'd pretty much have to implement your own custom matcher logic, right? Which is why ours are so extensive and why I guess React date pickers are so extensive, like having all those different ways to match something. Is because like for each one of these dates you're rendering, you have to have like some type of, I don't know, at const here and then run your check there and then pass that as a disabled prop. So we don't need to do that. We can just pass matchers to the top. Not have to worry about it on an individual date basis. We're gonna have to do transformations and things like that, and provide enough flexibility though to be able to match things easily. Okay, so hey Demonics, yeah, I'll see you again. Thanks for stopping by before work. Okay, so now I no longer have props.disabled, so I can actually just get rid of that. I don't even want that at all. And instead I'm going to do is disabled here. Okay. Okay, now, so I don't have anything disabled at the moment, of course. And I should probably just like clean this up a bit, but it's this thing is the annoying part. Let me just do this actually. Where is that? I'm actually just gonna put each one of these on a new line. That's fine, whatever. For now, I don't care. This is not what it's going to look like at the end. Okay, that looks at least a little bit better. And let me just space those out just a bit. Cool. Alrighty, disabled stuff. So I guess let's just do like new date. Oh, oops, that's actually supposed to be a matcher. So let's just say I want to disable this date. So as you can see here, it says it's selected, but that shouldn't be possible. So where did that come from? I know we have like auto select turned on or something, or it's like setting the default date to today. But we only should be doing that if it's not disabled. The nice thing about Meld is that we don't have to worry about a lot of these things. Like class name, we don't care what the class name is. Components, don't care about that. Default month, we should probably want to do. Direction, LTR, RTL. We could do disable navigation probably. I guess it would make it easier to pass up to define like a calendar component. Yeah, we definitely should do this actually. It's one of the nice things about dog fooding this with like bits and Shad and Svelte is that I found a few different things that we didn't consider when using melts like at just the builder level. But then when you think about it, you think about how people might componentize it, you start to like think about these other things. 1 second. Formatters, interesting. Okay, so you can also hide dates. So that's another thing. So that should be relatively easy to implement as well. Because it's gonna, again, that matcher is like super nice because we can use it for hidden, disabled, and really probably selected too. Like ones that are pre-selected maybe. Yeah, like this library is pretty extensive. And it makes sense they have an entire library built around a date picker with all these APIs. Like events and stuff we'll handle. I guess, like, what do they do? How do you, like, if I want to set like a date? Okay, so they're using selected there. Instead of value. Which I think makes sense. Yeah, so if oops, sorry about that. If the date that's like being passed as the default, which I think that's like, where are we doing that? We're doing that somewhere weird. Because I'm not passing anything. Shit. Yeah, like I'm not passing a value here, so I feel like we shouldn't be just like setting a date unless specified as the value or as the selected date via a prop. So somewhere in this thing we are so this right here. Actually no, that's a click event. Oh wait, I'm doing that up here, and I think I'm doing that here. Active date. I don't really think we even need that. Why is that there? Okay, I lied. We do need that. That's how we determine how to lay the calendar out. So it shows like this month first or whatever. So somewhere in the date, we're determining So is selected here. Why are we doing this? Oh, this is where I'm doing that. So this should be an empty array. I may have broke something maybe, but we'll find out, I guess. Okay, it didn't, so that's good. For some reason, the range doesn't care. So what are we doing with that range? Why are we doing that? Where the hell am I doing that anyways? Where's that coming from? Am I being just stupid or what? Why is this being defaulted to today? Maybe I'm doing that in the... No? It's a simple calendar is not that painful. But when you're building like a headless calendar that could be used in any number of different ways, yeah, it's I was kind of dreading doing this, trying to avoid it. But honestly, I think it's gonna come together now. I think we have like a lot of the good stuff done. Now it's more about like options, like making it nice to use, making it flexible, extendable. If I could just ever figure out why I'm setting like here, I don't think we should be doing this. Either way, actually, all of them have a props value. But why is that selecting it? Okay. So value 0 should be like non-existent. This should actually be undefined. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Everything's undefined. So, but why, if it's undefined, does it still show today's date as the first selected date? So I have some flawed logic somewhere. I have some flawed logic somewhere. It's got to be in this thing I'm doing here. Actually, no, I don't click on anything. It has to be in that. Where is this? It's going to trigger me. Like, unless it's, is it using that active date for something? Like that's, well, I don't see that though inside of like the, okay, maybe it's this. No, it shouldn't be this either. I'm not updating value. Like here, if the mode is range, we're updating, we're basically pushing the not undefined again, which is fine. I swear it has something to do with this shit right here. I guess not. Okay. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. I know, right? I need one. So the funniest thing is that it's undefined. The value is actually undefined. So where is it getting this from? Same thing for this. Literally the only one that actually works is multiple. So I'm doing something weird somewhere. I just need to figure out where. So these click handlers, like those are only triggered when I click on something. So when I load the page, it doesn't matter. Nothing going on inside of these should make a damn difference. It is something in so this is still not going to solve my problem because it's happening to even a single select as well. Okay, let's look at this real close here. When we create a new date, we're first checking if it's disabled. That I'm not concerned with. This I'm slightly concerned with because I didn't write this function myself. Okay, that's slightly concerning. Okay, so right now, the selected value is still today. So the value store is being updated somewhere that is causing that to be set as the value. Okay, we're in mode single, so this should not run for the single. Okay. Now let's go to the next place where this could run. Instead of content, we're not doing anything outside of event listeners, except for returning the tab index. This is a range click handler. So again, we have to trigger this. The date. This is where it would be messed up. What? Okay. swear if I'm doing something stupid over here, I'm gonna be really upset. I feel like this is gonna really upset me when I figure out what this is. I kind of don't want to find out, to be honest with you. Like, I'm so confused because if we look here, right, like value is undefined in all cases. This selected value here is being populated by oh. What? I wonder if this is... Let's try this real quick. Oh, wait, why am I an idiot? Sorry, guys. I literally have no clue what the hell I'm doing. No? Okay, yeah, that worked. Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. It's going to show undefined for the time being. That's okay. It was just, it's this date formatter situation here. So it's just taking, if this is undefined, it's just using the current date, which is like confusing as hell to me because I didn't think about that. So only if value.length and value 0, otherwise we're just going to do nothing there. Okay, that was really annoying. That was really annoying. It all made sense. It clicked for me when I saw here. I'm like, okay, the stores are literally don't have a value. So it has to be something on the like UI side that's making that have a date, an arbitrary date. It is slightly concerning that the 13th is still highlighted there. I'm not sure why that's happening. Of course, we're using freaking... Okay, so now we have to just figure that out, and then we'll have like that solved. Selected. Okay, I know what's happening. I know exactly what's happening. If I'm really gonna have to clean this up because this is really bad. This whole situation I have going on in here, this is awful. But we now have this working, I think, at least reasonably. We have disabled. So let's try to disable like a few days. Actually, first things first, I want to check and see if the selection, the range will stay through multiple months. So if I start here on the 12th, I go to the 11th, September 12th to October 11th. If I go back, you can see the dates stay selected. I can keep extending it out. So that's working as expected. Let me see how the range handles disabled, right? Because we have to imagine there's some things there, right? That's gonna be the cases we have to catch, because if I select the 11th to the 20th, but like 13, 14, 15 are disabled, basically we just need to like cancel out the selection, I think, rather than like selecting around those dates, around the disabled dates. I think it makes most sense to like not select those dates, just make them, because that range is technically impossible to achieve. So if I'm booking something, it's booked on the 13th and the 14th. I can't book the 11th to the 20th. Nor does it really make sense to just like have 11, 12, a 2-day break, and then have 15, 16 through 20. So yeah, I would bet we're not handling that right now. So let's just pass into our let's just do disabled. Let's do like Wednesday through Friday. So 0 Sunday, 1 Monday, 2 Tuesday, 3 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, it wants actually, I think it wants a single number here. So like it wants like a 0. But it wants it to be like a no. Oh, it's an array. So maybe this should say days of week, honestly. I feel like days of week. Why are you so angry? God, that's really annoying sometimes. We should probably definitely fix that. But in the meantime, what we don't want to be able to do is type in a date that's outside of it, because that's just a waste of everybody's time. You should only be able to type in the dates that you want. So if I do 1, 2, 3, that should work fine. But yeah. Okay, let's check out the site. Okay, so it appears like our days of week disabling logic is busted. Okay, so we have an array. This should be a number between 0 and 6. Well, sorry, d.day should be a number of between 0 and 6. If it includes that date, if it includes the current date, then we want to, it will be a match, which means that so it's probably the way I'm handling it here, maybe. The matcher is going to be a day of week object. This is an array. If this array includes the date that was passed in and its date or day, which is a 0 between 0 and 6, oh, that's why. Oh, I did that to the wrong one. I need to put that on the okay, so now we're disabling the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So if I select the 12th to the 30th, as you can see here, I'm still able to select that. Which is no bueno. Okay, so inside of our probably inside the click handler of the handle range click is what it is. This is really messy. I really want to clean this up. Let's just make this a little bit more legible for myself real quick here. So if the array is empty, I may click on a date using range. we shouldn't be triggering the click event handler on if the date is disabled. So that's one, I guess, thing that we need to think about in the handler. I'm not sure if we are or not already. So click. So here we're doing args disabled, which is fine. So that should be accurate. Actually, we should probably recheck that because we're gonna be able to update matchers dynamically, and this is only gonna get set. Actually, no, that's fine. We're re-getting the args again. So if args are disabled, then we're returning, which is good. So we're not even calling that if it's disabled. Now, and then we're basically setting that date to be the start and the end until they click another date. Okay, if basically if it's just a single date in there and we're selecting the same date, then we're not going to update anything. So this is so ugly, man. This is so ugly. But I'm trying to like make it a little more legible because if I wrote it yesterday and I don't remember exactly what's happening in here, there's something wrong. This should be indenting or formatting, but it's not. Actually, really, we should. I don't think this is much more legible, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so our logic's still working. I didn't break anything with those changes. Now, if basically what we have to check is within this range I'm setting here, is there a is one of these dates in this range disabled? And we can actually use our matchers for that, right? We have the is match. So basically, before we actually return so this is handling if it's empty, if it's the same, if it's before we're resetting it. So it's gonna be this bit here. So we're popping and then we're pushing. Right, so now prev in this case here is the first index or index 0 is our current, or is the starting point, and prev 1 is the ending date. So we just need to run our matcher against what is between those two dates, or against those dates. So I probably should set up like a function for this maybe. Let me think about this for a second. So I'm gonna take two dates and I need to know if any dates in between those two dates are disabled. Okay, so that while loop that I'm doing, get days in between. So we have this here. Okay, so I can already get the days in between. And then for each day in between, I need to check it for the matcher. I need to execute the matchers against it. And then if any of them are a match, then we know that we have to pretty much reset I guess we'll just reset it back to like, or we just won't let them do anything. We just won't do anything at all. In reality, we probably want to set like a data attribute to like say, hey, this is an error. So they could like light it up or pop a message up saying, hey, like you're trying to select the range that's not allowed. Yeah, let me just get this to work first, and then we'll figure out the nice bits. So days in between, we have that. Now we need to execute all of our matchers in between those two dates. So and it should, we don't have to do inclusive because it won't even let them click on the end date if it's disabled, nor will it let them click on the beginning date. So days between, like that. And then actually, before we pop and push, I probably should like check this beforehand. So it would really be so here I'm just gonna return whatever they currently have if they try to select something that's disabled. I think that's how that's gonna work. We'll find out. Yeah, so they can't select through a disabled range, but they can select, you know, a non-disabled range. So let's, I guess, make this a little bit more obvious here. I guess let's just like, yeah, so 10 through 16 can't select, 16th and 19th we can select, but we cannot select to the 23rd, nor anything beyond that. Cool, so that works. Okay, I really desperately need to like make this better. Yeah, so far it's looking decent though. It's coming along. Now what do I want to do? So I guess it kind of makes a lot of sense to, instead of having like the value prop, it should probably be like selected. And then they can pass in a matcher for selected if they want. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah. So instead of passing in like a date, they should pass in a matcher, which could be a date. It could also be an array of dates. It could also be a function that takes in a date and returns a Boolean. That way, like, let's say that I had a calendar with all of my shit that I was going to do this week in it. Like, I want all those things to be maybe lit up, or I want to be selected on the calendar in some type of way. I don't know, right? I'm just trying to think about how this should be handled. Or if I had like 3 appointments already scheduled this month, they would all, I want them all to show up there. Yeah. I'm just trying to think about this as more of like a calendar and a date picker, right? So maybe we turn value into selected. And selected I think it's gonna make our types like a pain in the ass. Maybe default selected. Maybe I'll do default selected. That'll be a matcher or an array of matchers. The problem with this, though, we really, this could be an issue actually, because like we'd have to do a lot of shit on our end to check if, like, let's say you have mode range, and your matcher matches things that are not within a range. So maybe I bench this for the time being. Okay, so earliest is going to be the earliest date. Yep, that can be selected. I'm not sure what this auto select. I don't really know what this is doing, to be quite honest with you. It's not doing anything, so I just don't think that's even... Yeah, we're really not doing anything with it, so let's just get rid of that. Active date sounds kind of weird for this. The date that is used to display the initial month I know this JS doc's probably, oh, it actually is not bad. What's up, Demonics? Didn't take you too long to get to work. It is far? How far? Didn't seem like that it took you that long. Maybe I'm just zoned in right now. Yeah, I actually had some not too long ago, but I shouldn't have. I drank it, or I forgot about it, so I ended up drinking it later. No, I try to not drink it too late, so I don't stay up too late. It's 2200 right now over here. Okay, so it looks like we've got like quite a bit going for us here so far. Now, of course, I haven't like dug into the ARIA specs for keyboard navigation and whatnot. That's gonna be a whole different beast. But as far as like, okay, I can select a value. I can switch months. I can switch months, years. I think this should probably just show the month and year somewhere rather than showing the selected date up here. Yeah, let me actually adjust that. So let's in our date picker here. What else do I have? Do I have like the current month? I have the active date. What even is the active date? I actually really need to look into that. Okay, so here's the active date. So, okay, that doesn't update with the months and years. So we definitely need to export that because that's a flaw. We're not, like we're doing last month dates, but I feel like we need like current month, current year, right? I wonder if it should be like a string or what? Like, what do you guys think? Should this be a date? I guess you can use the dates to get the month and the year though. But still, that feels kind of, I don't know. Because if we're doing like the last few days of the first or the previous month, like we're doing here. So like you see how we have the 27th, 31st, like what determines what month we're actually in. We can't use like one of these arbitrary dates because some of them could be in this month, some could be last month, and some could be next month. Hey, D and Bull, what is up? We're just kicking it over here. So what I think I'll do is, actually, we're updating that though. Oh, maybe I was just oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I have 3 components on the same page. I'm probably just looking at the wrong one there. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to catch it too. I'll probably be wrapping up somewhat soon. I've been going at it since like 5 o'clock, so it's coming up on like 5 hours now. Actually, it's already been over 5 hours, but I made quite a bit of progress today, so I'm happy with it, even though we kind of gaffed off for the first bit. Okay, so when I change this month, now we're in August. Okay, cool. So we could actually make some helpers here. Actually, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea, actually, because internationalization and things like that. I think it's, you have the current like date that's being displayed. I don't know, maybe, yeah, that's fine. So that means here I need the active date. And then instead of putting this here, what I want to do is I want to do date formatter, month year formatter. And then this is going to be active date. Now this makes more sense to me. And then having like whatever we're actually selected could be like in an input or something else. But like this should be like the month and the year. So when I move this, I'm moving through the months. When I move this, I'm moving through the years. At least you are several steps closer now. Yeah, no, I really do feel good about this now. Like, I was really overwhelmed yesterday just thinking about... Don't tell me that didn't save. Whatevs. Yeah, I was kind of overwhelmed yesterday thinking about what all had to be done. There's still quite a bit, like small things, like the little things that make a difference in how you're able to use it. Now that we're showing the value there, I don't need to log it anymore. But it seems like it's coming along well. I obviously do want to do, like, have the ability for you to determine your selection strategy. But this disabled thing works, seems to be flawlessly. Now, something I have to try to catch here is somebody trying to pass in like a preset range that's disabled, that has a disabled value. So let's say I wanted to do the 12th through the 16th. Like as the default value. Let's just try that real quick. And I think with Day.js, I can just do some craziness like. I definitely can't do that, but I think I can do like this maybe. It has to be a date, so maybe I just do, I think I can just do new date like this, right? Is that not acceptable for me? I'm seriously so bad at dates. I'm probably the last person that should be doing this damn component, but it's okay. Okay, so that's okay. First of all, someone's busted there because I passed in the 12th to the 16th, and somehow I ended up with the range of the 11th, the 15th. So something's messed up there. I really should probably write some tests tomorrow. That's probably what I'm going to do. Honestly, tomorrow I'm probably going to write some tests. Oh, yeah, no shit. Actually, it still shouldn't matter, though. The time zone. I mean, it's still the 12th. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. See, that's like those. That's why I dislike dates. But I honestly, this is gonna be a good experience for me because you can bet your ass that I'm gonna know more about dates at the end of this. Set it to noon. I really honestly, I just do like this. I can never remember the formats of these. Wow. CCY lurking in the back. Look at that. Thank you so much. I would have probably spent like, I don't want to even embarrass myself by saying how much time I would have spent digging around my code, looking where I went wrong. But that is something to consider though, right? That's something we have to take into consideration because like me, if I was using this today, this library today, and I wanted to set a selected range, I would just have, I want to select the 12th to the 16th, I would probably just pass that in. Yeah, I know that would be nice, but I want to say that we probably have to do date times too. Did these guys do times as well or no? I guess that's kind of like a separate thing though, is it not? Like when you think about Google Calendar, you have, it's obviously a calendar, right? Then you have like the hours blocked out, right? So you can do things on the hours. I feel like that's like a different thing in and of itself inside of a calendar, of course. But as far as like a day picker or just a calendar like this, what's up, Riley? Long time no see. I remember you because we have the same last name. I think we're long lost cousins or something. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. I'd be down for that. I would definitely be down for that. He is a wizard. I will tell you that. An absolute wizard. Like watching him just do some stuff. We've screen shared before and stuff. And yeah, he's just really fast. He's really good at front end development. Very, very, very good. Like all this, like all the cool stuff that makes Melt possible, like he pretty much made. Like the overrideable here, this is so sick. Which is what enables that on change function. It's basically a higher order store. But basically when you actually update that store, it's calling your custom on change function here and handling the current next, which is like such a sick idea. And it's so you implement this once and you just can use it everywhere for all your different stores, wherever you want to use, wherever you want to add an on change, we can just wrap it with overrideable and then boom. And then of course, obviously the builders themselves are quite beasts, but this helper function here has condensed the builders down to, like, if you look here, like now when we do builder, this is basically, you know, the action, the stores, which this is like backwards because it should be, this is really not okay. This is the typical order we have. So these stores here actually pass, this is like basically sets up a derived store. So then we can access the active date here like this, right? So it's almost like a derived function. And then whatever's returned here are the attributes and then the action, right? This is reactive. This is not, unless you use like an effect, which we're doing in some places. I don't know about it in here, but yeah. He is pretty brilliant. You accept the locale? I want to say we should. If we don't already, then I'm going to add that. Again, like the goal is to try to get like feature parity with this. So beyond like the component styling type stuff, but as far as like the options, because again, like the amount of issues they have is actually kind of crazy. They only have 11 issues. Like it's so rare for a library with this many stars to only have 11 issues. So they've went through the ringer when it comes to features and options and. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they have one of their props is probably locale. Yeah. So we will eventually. Right now, we're just leaving it as is, but before we release it, it will definitely have locale. That's a must have. Yeah. We also probably should do this too, like number of months, which allows us to do things like having a calendar with multiple months on it. So I think they have an example of one somewhere. This one I saw one. Yeah, right here. Like being able to do this would be pretty cool, right? Having a couple months, which that shouldn't be too much. That shouldn't be like a heavy lift. We're just pretty much extending the number of days that are in that array, that days array. What is page navigation? Okay, so this one here looks like, okay, so this is just shifting over 1 month at a time. So September's here, October's here, you move over to the right, October goes here, we go to November. Whereas page navigation just moves the entirety. So September, October, the next one's November and December. What do I do? I think I may be done for the day with this. I'm starting to get a little bit fried. Maybe I'll look at some bugs really quick. Why did you remove that value from the store? Because I'm not using it. I was just showing it as an example. I don't know why it was there. Yeah, it was there. I'm not using it. So, yeah, basically whatever's this is like a derived function. So like derived store name and then comma whatever store value. Yo, quit with that noise. My dog's making some weird noises. But yeah. So if we're not using it here, like there's no reason for it to be here. It's not doing anything. And for some reason, this gentleman did things a bit backwards here. He did the actions first and then the rest, which, yeah, so like this here, like this should only, the only things that should be passed to this are things that are used in here. Otherwise, we're just running this function for no reason whenever we call these. So we don't even need that actually. Hey, stop with that noise, man. What the hell's wrong with you? What am I doing wrong here? Am I doing something crazy? Oh. Okay. What's up, Ragel? Is it Rigel? Regal? Messed around with Bun yet? I have not actually. I've been meaning to. I will. Honestly, I was using npm instead of, I just started using pnpm probably like 7 months ago, so I'm still like riding that high of compared to npm's speed. So I want to space out my my period. So once I start feeling like pnpm is slow, Rigel. Did I say it right? Rigel? Okay. Maybe I'll look at, see if there's like some issues I can squash real quick. Change the value of this given input given an event. Okay, it's not really an issue. Okay, so this is definitely something I should probably add. I forgot. I added arrows, but I didn't actually pop them over to Shadsy and Svelte. Actually, no, that's not. You can already access it through through the primitives. So like, if I wanted to use an arrow, what are we gonna look at? Let's look at like select. So if I wanted to have an arrow here, I would just need to import. I'm already getting select primitive, so I'll just need to put like select primitive dot arrow. That, I think. And then I want to say that this, don't mind all these these logs are going to pop up in here. What the hell? So what did I update that in? New York, select. But I didn't, yeah, so maybe it should show up. Let's see. Okay, but it's because I don't have a style on it. How do we style them in melts? If you guys have any questions or you guys want me to help you out with anything or anything in particular, feel free. I'm just kind of, my brain's a bit fried from today. It's been a long day, but so I'm just like doing some housekeeping here. I don't want to neglect the libraries because I'm streaming. So in select, we're not doing any type of arrow, but I think we're doing it in popover. Yeah, we have an arrow here. And how do we style that arrow? We have to just set like, we have to do nothing to it. Maybe it needs to be on top. Have I used Lottie or Rive? What is Lottie? I've heard of that. Is that the animation thing? Like Lottie animations or whatever? Lottie files? I haven't used these, no. I'd like to. I'm just not as like, I guess like, I never get to a point where I need to like use some really, I'm like ready to use some nice animations like this, but it'd be nice. What was the most difficult component you made in Melt so far? And just considering, I would honestly say the menus are still like so far, again, we're not done with the date picker, but I feel like the menus were very, 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 very challenging. Like I want to say it took me like a month. Like, honestly. Whoops. I wish I could just manage myself a bit better over here. I'm like pressing keys everywhere. Where did that menu, where did my edge go? Did I really just close that? No, it's right here. The menus are like very complex. Like, I would say menu bar was probably the hardest because menu bar is, you basically are tracking the state of multiple independent menus together, right? So when I hover over one of them, I now need to close the other menu that was open. I'm looking at bits right now, but I should be looking, or Shad CN, but I should be looking at Melt. Whoops. So like I pretty much had to refactor the menus after we started creating the menu bar because like here's the menu bar, right? It looks okay. It's only 600 lines of code, but the crazy thing is that it's actually using the menus, which we kind of consolidated. So like all the menus have their own like common functionality. So I'm sure you've noticed like most of the menus are very, very similar. And you can see here, we have like an internal menu builder that we use to build out these different menus. So I think we're using it for drop down select or drop down context, menu bar. I think that's it. But then we're using we have some reusable actions and like type ahead logic and stuff that we're sharing between the menus and the select and all that combo box and all that good stuff. But this menu builder here is basically, I mean, and this is after I like refactored the hell out of it to make it as small as I possibly could. Like, of course, there's like some bigger things here to kind of separate things, but I mean, 1,500 lines of code. And I'm like cramming stuff for the most part. But yeah, this was really complex. Definitely makes you think about state. Like, yeah. When I press the pointer here, like you get to take into consideration what happens over here. Okay, what gets focused? Then also managing focus is also a pain in the ass because we're basically hijacking focus, which as you can see here, we're like setting the tab indexes to 0 to a lot of these. And we're doing our own like roving focus. Where basically we take the previous element and then set its tab index to -1. The next element goes to 0 and basically just keep flipping it like that. Because we don't want to use tab to navigate the menus, but we want to actually be able to have focus on the menus. Yeah, I would say it depends on what specifically. Yeah. I think there was a good reason why there was not a single like really solid menu component for Svelte up until like recently. I understood why immediately after I started to like get into it. But then there's also things like, okay, timers. So like if we go to Melt UI here, let's actually go to the production site. Drop down menu. So like if I hover, like look at this, if I hover over that sub menu really fast, you're gonna see it's not gonna open, right? Because my intent, if I'm not over it for more than like a tiny bit of time, my intent probably isn't to open that sub menu, right? So we don't want to just like pop it open on you as you're potentially like just sliding your mouse down, right? So we also have some timers set up to check to see, is this actually like an intentional, are they intentionally hovering, or are they just like passing by? So obviously if I actually hover, then it comes out, right? And there's also like a grace area here, because technically when you leave the focus of either the submenu or the trigger, the submenu closes. So watch, as soon as I go out of that, it closes, right? But I can go like right in here, which technically is, it's like a grace area. So it's in between the two, but I'm not actually over them. So we keep it open there. We could do a better job. Someone actually requested, but I tried messing with it, and I was just, at this point I was burnt out. But like, there's like really we should be able to drag. I'm trying to draw on my screen, but you guys can't see my hands over here. But basically we want to draw like an angle. So like almost like a triangle from the top of that menu, top of the submenu to the bottom of the submenu. And then like the tip of the triangle would be where your pointer starts on that sub trigger. And then if you're inside of that triangle and moving towards the submenu, it keeps it open. I couldn't get it. I didn't spend too much time trying it, I won't lie, but it was really frustrating. Partially because this thing can move around. So like if you have like the floating UI stuff, you have the settings set. I don't know if Tomas turned it off or not, but yeah, right here you can see how it's able to shift, and that's just part of floating UI. You can disable that if you want, but it's nice because if you try to open something up and it doesn't have space for it, it'll open it where it does have space, which then dictates like, okay, so now instead of it being on the right side, it's now on the left. So there's just a lot of, we still have room for improvement on the menus, but I think they're in a good place as far as like functional at this point in time. Yeah, it was quite annoying. And then documenting the API was actually really annoying too. But it was fun. I say annoying, but I mean, I'm more so just being challenging. But I haven't used Rive or Lottie. I think I'd like to. I'd like to get an app to the point where I can like start putting animations on the landing page. So my next like project, have you guys seen like Nuxt modules? Any view peeps in here? Like this Nuxt module site is sick. We have something I think somewhat similar for Svelte, but I will say it's not anything like special, at least to me. No offense to whoever made it. I don't know who maintains it. But I don't hear anybody talking about it being like the place to go to find like libraries for Svelte. I just don't. So yeah, Nuxt modules basically just contains a list of, official, community, and third-party modules, which are basically like libraries that work with Nuxt, right? I imagine like the community ones have to be like voted in by like a number of people. Yeah, this is super nice. Now, like, obviously, we don't have control over like what, like these actual like official Nuxt modules, right? Or I could probably talk to the Svelte team about that. For things like this is nice. Like, I think we're lacking like Markdown support. Markdown support in Svelte is not the greatest. Now, Penguin did a great job with MD specs. It works for what it works for, but I think if he was like, I think in retrospect, they would probably change quite a bit of things with how they took the library. So one of which is like they forcefully apply a certain specific unified pipeline to you, and like out of the box, like a lot of the rehype plugins don't work properly. There's like some weird stuff that goes on. So for me to actually use like certain modern rehype plugins, I have to fork it and like change a bunch of shit. Yeah. I mean more so just like in comparison to MDX, for example, being able to just write a component in Markdown for docs, things like that. Because then you pretty much can build an entire ecosystem around that library. Think about all the things that are built around MDX, right? Like Astro is like built around MDX essentially, right? The content part of Astro. And we just don't have the opportunity because there's just issues. But someone much smarter than me looked into like what it would take to write that, like write, I guess, a true MDX for Svelte, and it's not like a simple task. So I'm not trying to, not like bashing Penguin here or anything. I use MD specs on like every site, every doc site. But it's just, it's too opinionated, I think, on certain things. Anyways, I want to make something like this for Svelte. I have the domain name sveltelibs.com. I like to do something like this. When I was looking, actually, if you look here, it's actually super cool the way they add the different modules. So if we look here, they're just YAML files, which they're obviously, you know, transforming or getting to render out the different pages. But this is all it is. Like, look at this. It's like Aki. So the GitHub, the website, to learn more, all the different stuff for it, right? And they use this data here. I'm imagining they're reaching out to probably the, what is it? Why can't I find that one? Oh, I'm under CMS, that's why. Okay, am I spelling it wrong? Either way, you guys get what I'm saying here, right? But they're using that to basically populate like this page here, right? They're able to get the installation instructions from the package name, the installs from npm's APIs, or some API that's doing that, the README from the GitHub repo, the links. I haven't seen the markdown they use for Nuxt. I honestly haven't seen that yet. I imagined it was like MD specs, but I guess it couldn't be. I think Vue, you can do either or, right? You can either write JSX or like their template syntax. But yeah, it'd be cool to do something like this. Just to kind of like, for one, centralize these like libraries. People are like, there's people that make incredible stuff, and it never gets seen. Like I'll randomly stumble upon these libraries. They have like 5 stars. Not that stars matter, but they should have a lot more. Like it's a really useful library, and the only reason that people aren't using it is because they don't know about it. And people are often like, maybe don't want to spam their project everywhere. But like, there's not like organic discovery for libraries is not really that great. Let's be real. So I'd like to do something like this. Of course, it would be like, you know, not just every little tiny project could pop into here. Like actual projects, I have to take like some type of threshold from the community, right? It'll be like community driven. Like once this has like, once like 5-10 people look into the project, see if it actually makes sense, make sure there's nothing fishy going on in there, then a PR could be merged, you know, in a similar structure that they're doing with the whole YAML setup, and then boom, now you have it in the site. There's not like a comprehensive database you have to manage or anything like that. It's just using GitHub. Because like, I don't know if you guys have heard of Svelte Legos. This is pretty cool. This actually gave me a bunch of really good ideas for different actions. Like some things you may not even think about using actions for. And then they also have some really cool stores too. Like this is super cool. I think it's honestly like the most valuable thing about it is not just the fact that you can install these, but that you can look at the code and see like, what are these doing, and get some ideas for, you know, building your own actions or higher order stores or whatever else, right? What else is there? There's some other good stuff. Like Svelte Balancer, Svelte Wrap Balancer. I use this on like every project. It's not Paolo's, unfortunately. If you're still watching, I don't use his because it's an action, and so it runs like after SSR. So like your page will happen, and then all of a sudden your stuff will shift around. I want to say it's Svelte. felt wrap balancer. Here it is. Like, this is it. This is so useful. Until the CSS adds that property. Why is... Yo, why can't I find this repo? I just keep finding these, Yeah, this is it. Like, I don't even start this. I feel like an ass for that now. But yeah, I use this in like almost all the projects. Makes your headings look nicer. Anyways, I got sidetracked with something. I can't remember what the hell I was doing. I was doing something. I forgot what it was. This, the arrow. The dreaded arrow. I think I added that. Maybe it doesn't work. So yeah, maybe this is a valid issue here that I need to look into. That's, but yes and no, maybe. The image, because the image is like a separate library than Next, right? It's like you actually install it, right? Or does it just come out of the box? I thought it was like from Next or cell/next image or something like that. Okay, everybody, I'm tired. I'm gonna head off. It's been a while. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate every single one of you. I'll probably stream tomorrow and keep working on the date picker. Some fresh energy. If not, then I'll for sure on Friday or something. Either way, you'll see me soon. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Have a good day.